The music is feeling so dramatic today. Somehow it's picking up all of the drastic tracks. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome back to another show in which we make the hit idol and something comes out. Okay, but seriously though. Jeez, I skipped to the next track and it's this, yeah? That's better. Right, so what have we done yesterday? What are we going to do today? Well, to start with, it's a wonderful day for me. It's a bit rainy, but to be honest, I was feeling more than a little under the weather yesterday. I figure I didn't sleep the best then, but today it's all better. I am up, I am motivated, I am feeling great. I hope the same can be said for you. So, what have we achieved previously? The large thing, which actually was pretty simple, all things considered, was this beautiful slider here, which allows us to set our window size and to have the game launch into full screen by default. Now, I'll probably be forgiven for making it like this. Yes, so this is very much made from the perspective of somebody who has a 4K monitor, because 1920 by 1080 is going to be equal to full screen for most people. But, well, since we start in full screen, that's the beauty of it. We don't really need to concern ourselves with how big our user's screen is going to be. We can just have it however big it is. We are full screened, so I don't care. Then they can pick something that is appropriate to them, and if they pick something that their screen actually can't handle, well, we've got the countdown. Now, this it's entirely invisible to you, since the game capture is the entire stream anyway, but I also just doing some art today. Cool, Minus. Glad you're chilling and hanging out. I'm gonna have to poke my artist, because I'm sure he's done what I've asked of him. He's just, by his words, he needs external motivation, so he hasn't reported back to me, but I'm sure that'll work out. Yes, invisibly to you, but when the game shrinks or grows, it grows around its middle instead of sticking to the top left corner, which has the effect of keeping the same things in the same place. If it's in the center of your screen to begin with, then it's going to be there afterwards too. Also, if it would grow outside of the boundaries of the screen, instead it does not. Huzzah! Anyway, so there is one problem with this. Problem number one is that, well, it's silent. There's no confirmation sound. Oh no! I think it's okay if the countdown is silent. Geez, imagine something like the Sonic, whatever it is, the Sonic drowning sound as the 10-second countdown counts down. No. That can be silent, but I would like to put a confirmation sound whenever you change the window size. That's just the little bit of polish that I enjoy Also, if I click the revert button now, watch what happens. I'm also changing the master volume because that's right underneath that button. So when it responds to me having the mouse button held down, which, well, by definition, if I'm clicking on a thing, then I'm also having the mouse button held down for a frame. So it is going to respond. That is very suboptimal. Very suboptimal indeed. Used a random sound effects maker the other day. I swear all it did was make Sonic sound effects. Like synthesizing new sound effects or like using existing sounds. I mean, I suppose if you're synthesizing new sounds, then yeah, Sonic's kind of got that chippy sound quality going on, doesn't he? There's your link got filtered. I need to. I swear there is a permit command somewhere, but I don't know. I need to figure that out. But well, anyway, leaving aside that I haven't set up a lot of things about streaming. I talk about the old Sonic games as if I played them. Like, I'm not that old. No, my era was the start of PS2, really? Start to mid PlayStation 2, and I swear to you that was the golden age of video gaming. N64 had some good stuff going on. I still believe that Mario 64 is one of the best games that exist. It is worth for anyone to play. I do hold that. But like, come on, the PS2 era, it was so beautiful, it was so good. We had actual platformers. We had games with hearts that were complete with one purchase. And I mean, sure, you can speedrun them pretty fast, but if you played them casually, they would last you for 30-40 hours easy, because there was just so much stuff. Anyway, let's not get too lost. So, yes, I would like for you to be able to click one of these buttons without changing the volume, which is probably going to be easy enough. So that's going to be, let's just attend to that real fast as we start. Then I gave myself an idea yesterday. That idea being that, well, this starting letter that we see here, this works, this is fine. I'm going to have to quit the game to get out of that scene because I have disabled my quick restart bind. So if we load this save here, basically what I want is for the letter to start like so. Please, thank you, butterfly, thank you. I want it to always start like this. So it's folded up, it's sitting on your desk, and the start of the game is literally this. Until you click on it. Or I suppose I can also set a, 30 seconds timer, just to make sure that players don't get stuck if it doesn't occur to them to click on the thing. So that then you can unfold the thing and read it, and then we start the timer, for which after 30 seconds butterfly interrupts you. which is a sequence I'm going to keep because um, every playtester that I've shown this to, they read the letter, but for the average person who doesn't already know what it says, 30 seconds is not enough time to read this. So when they are still like in the lower third of the letter, suddenly Butterfly pops up, does dialogue, and her dialogue literally covers the bottom of the letter, which is very intentional. It's a little jarring, but I think I'm going to insist on keeping it. Because it's very funny and it's, watch out, I'm going to use the word, it is ludonarrative. Because what happens is that teacher is reading the letter and Butterfly bursts in on him. That's the point. So, that the reason that I want to do that is also that when, in order to make this less intrusive during the weeks where the letter is still present here, I've made it fold up by default, but then it looks like something different because, of course, in the starting week, all that you see of it is unfolded like this. So that's why I would like it to start the game in this form. That way, you have the association, you know, oh yeah, this is the letter that I saw. I can click on it to unfold it, but it's not going to be much of anything interesting. Though in weeks 2, 3, and 4, you can, of course, like now you've got all the time in the world to finish reading it if you want. I had half a mind to just put it here and make it go away after the first week, which I find amusing, but people would rightly be upset that they didn't get to finish reading the letter. So I think giving you the opportunity to do so should be expected of me. After all, this is explicitly a game without time limits that never rushes you. You get all the time you want to read all the dialogue, you get all the time to think about your solutions, and that's how the game works. Now, we need to go to a different save game. I'm not sure I want that confirmation dialogue, to be honest. Largely it just slows down going to the menu. But I'll keep it in for this exact moment. I would also like, this is another small thing, this here in the concerts view. I've already done part of this, but playtesters are very confused on how much they need to do to sign up a band to a concert. And I admit, it's not 1000% intuitive that you need to, like, this is it. This is all that you need to do. This, you just need to take the thing, put it in the slot. It used to be, until yesterday, that in order to make it clearer, well, in an attempt to make it clearer, I would have a pink thingamajig saying signed up, and because I figured it's in the past tense, that would be clear enough. What I had neglected to consider at the time was that it was literally this sprite. It looked just like the begin training button that you have to click every week in order to move to the training minigame. So players expected the thing that looks like the other thing that you click to be clickable, for them to have to click it, for something to happen. So that's a lesson in design language. It is important if you build an association that something that looks a certain way acts a certain way, then you have to maintain that. You can't break it. What is moderately bad is if something looks a different way, but it acts the same way. I mean, you'll be forgiven for that, especially if you have similarity, even if it's not identical. Like, say, a different kind of target that you shoot to open a door, and it's like literally a round target. That's okay. That's to be avoided, but it is acceptable in the right circumstance. What is a deadly sin is if you have something that looks the same but acts a different way. That is a huge no-no. If you establish that you shoot targets to open doors, and then there's a target that's just an ambient decoration, like it's lying in a storeroom off the way, or off the main path, and the player's going to think, I'm being rewarded for my exploration. I'm going to shoot this target and something's going to happen, a door's going to open. But the intention is that it's just, a spare target. That is terrible. So what I want to do is I want to apply by updated texts into the data. I just realized, because I have already changed this signed up text to feature the band's name. I also want to interpolate it and play with it a little, make it larger perhaps. Just make it clear using this text that we have established to be factual. Use this text to make it clearer that that everything's good. Yeah? There's no further action required. We're good. I also have I pressed my quick restart button again. I might want to re-enable that. Just, we are still developing this. But it is in this week, I believe. It is not. In the week where concerts are introduced, we also have Butterfly briefly telling you, okay, that's all that you needed to do, the band is signed up. Awesome. The problem is that, look, here. The problem that I can see with this is that the player may expect this to happen again in future weeks when it doesn't. And, well, then once again we have a break of design language. If we establish at first that when you sign up a band to a concert, then Butterfly talks, and she stops doing that in the future, well, what are we telling the player? We're telling them that in the future weeks they've done it wrong. If they did it right, then Butterfly would be talking, and she isn't. So either either we have this text box play all the time, which is something that you have to click through, and given that you want to launch a concert pretty much every week, that is a little annoying. Or we have to fully remove it. Yeah, we'd have to fully remove it in order to never establish in the first place that that butterfly would give you a confirmation. Okay. Nextly, so that's going to be a few quick fixes. I would then also like to. So if we, let's go to hop, step, smile, exclamation point. Every time that you successfully beat a minigame, we need to put a step left, then we need to put a step right. Every time that you successfully beat one, you are rewarded with story. You are rewarded with conversation. Yeah? That's the idea. This is how the stories of the game are told. The thing is, I have done some mathematics, and there's not enough opportunities to see all the dialogue is the problem. So there are 42 weeks in the game. After yay many, like after 12 weeks, you get your second band, meaning if you have two bands with two different opportunities for dialogue, that gives us 73 opportunities for dialogue if you don't mess up a single minigame. That's cool and all, but the problem is there are 96 units of dialogue. To a degree, this was intentional at first, because, well, you get the dialogue that you get. If you don't do the minigames properly, then you get less of it. And hey, we have to put in replay value somehow, right? But I reconsidered on that point. Firstly, do not design your game assuming / requiring that it is going to be played multiple times. I like to compare this to roguelikes, where I'm not throwing shade at the entire format or at any game in particular, but the basic idea is if you have infinite randomly generated or randomly redistributed content, sure, you have theoretically infinite playtime. It just sucks if the game isn't fun and I don't enjoy my time for even 4 hours. Then it doesn't matter that I could play it for thousands of hours. And I would rather have an experience like my beauty, Outer Wilds, which is what, there's like maybe 8 to 10 hours total in Outer Wilds if you take your time. If, unlike me, you don't go to the interloper first, which is, considering that the puzzle of the interloper is completely self-contained, you do not need any knowledge whatsoever. It is a bit interesting that the interloper is a major story spoiler. It is the answer to a very large question that would otherwise haunt you of and well, I recommend that you don't. I suppose the idea is also that at the very start of the game you maybe are not capable of landing safely on the interloper because, well, it is a literal asteroid. But here's the thing, I'm good at spaceflight, so I pulled it off no problem. Anyway, the point is, make a good experience. And if you put it down once, and that's it, then that's fine. As long as the player enjoyed the first time that they went through it. I would also draw another comparison to Psychonauts 2. Especially the second one, mostly also the first one, where they are beautiful games. And the first one, I would even say, has like value for a replay because there's so much in that game, and being able to appreciate everything with full context is very cute. It's a mental dentist's office. I love that they set up a play on words at the exact start of the game that does not pay off until almost the very end, at which point almost everyone is going to have completely forgotten that the wordplay even existed. It's kind of a replay bonus because you see it again the second time through and you go, oh, a mental dentist's office. Ah, right. So first one is good for a few playthroughs. Psychonauts 2 is also a very cool game, but I tried to replay it. I picked up what few collectibles I couldn't on the first go through, but the gameplay is okay. It's not terribly exciting for its gameplay alone, and like you get literally all the story on the first go through, so meh. It's good for one playthrough, not so much for subsequent ones, but that's okay. So, let us actually get to game development. I've just been talking for half an hour. So, in the order as I have stated them, we need to go back to the menu in order to find the confirmation. I believe this is going to be roughly our pathway towards that. On window size changed, yes. Show display confirmation if necessary. There it is. In which we check using a hash of the display settings. The hash is simply me saving what horizontal window size you had set it to, and if that's changed, then we are going to display a confirmation. So for this, I have a rather simple solution. Delicious water. It's important. Drink it. Drink it. So for this, I have a pretty simple solution. I had one idea. Basically, what do we need to do? If you click on the thing, then that is inevitably going to result in the thing underneath picking up, oh yeah, the mouse is held down on me, I should respond. And even if you are a speedrunner and you can do a single frame click, wouldn't even be that impossible. The problem is, of course, during the same frame where you clicked on the button, in that frame you are still going to process, oh yeah, the mouse is held down because it was clicked this frame, so there's no way to avoid it. So I initially had one idea, which was to use these buttons. Unfortunately, I believe the object menu button is yes. Well, so these are not used that often, but what I'm thinking about is I could change this event to mouse up, so that it only triggers once you release the mouse button, meaning that the problem is averted, because when you have released the mouse button, by definition you are no longer holding it. That's an option, but it would simultaneously break the accessibility, because the accessibility, pressing space to click, does rely on this all being the left pressed event. And I find it is a better experience anyway. So if we suppose we can't do that, naturally we could, well, yeah, we could change this to a different kind of button that responds on the left up event, but same problem there. So alternatively, we need to basically wait until the mouse is released until we destroy ourselves. So the idea here is that music is being very chill right now. I have to turn it all the way up there. That's basically break volume. We have two buttons. When they are clicked, they trigger these two functions, and then we destroy everything about this. Now, there are a few possible options here. We could do the simplest, which is to set a timer to what we consider to be a reasonable value, say a quarter of a second or something. A value that we believe is going to be shorter than then is the time until the player is going to release the mouse button. But that's icky. Every time that you use specific times, it's going to be icky, because every time you are very liable to get it wrong. A player that is quick is going to notice, hey wait, this thing still exists, and in the worst case they may even notice, hey wait, if I keep clicking this really fast, I can keep it from destroying itself. So I don't love that solution. Alternatively, we could like prime it to destroy. So if we click, then we prime it to destroy, and only after the mouse is released do we Yeah, that's a good idea, because the other thing I was thinking about doesn't work. So basically, we prime it to self-destruct, and then in the mouse up event for this thing, if it is primed to self-destruct, it actually does so. For which we just need to make sure that it is going to destroy itself when the timer hits 0. So I mean, that has some implications as well, but I'm willing to try this. Hey, let's write some code. Just any code. So, left released. Or heck, we can even do two things. We can do a fallback if the player holds down the mouse button after half a second or so. As a fallback, we destroy ourselves. If waiting to destroy, then destroy. Yeah, I am a true wordsmith, can't you tell? Can't you tell that I have read multiple dictionaries and I've been padding my craft? Yes, padding, I did mean to say that. As an author, never really getting anywhere. Well, they did love me on those online fiction sites. Anyway, that's a different me. These days, I mostly do the same thing, but I put my writing into games. So, function. Ready to destroy. Waiting to destroy equals true. There. Then we just put that in there. We have already made sure that it will automatically destroy itself when the timer hits 0. And so, in fact, we can do something very clever. Else if not waiting to destroy. Yeah. Put that in as a little failsafe, just in case. I mean, this is vastly over engineering, so I'm going to leave it at that, but just in case the user happens to be holding the mouse down, they are holding the mouse down while the timer hits 0, then we don't fully destroy it. Of course, for that. Right now it would count, it would continue counting to negative numbers, so you know, every time you do something, you introduce more issues that need to be dealt with. But we also need to initialize this variable, which is going to live here. I don't label it, but I do have very distinct sections of my code, which I find very helpful. You actually should live like down here. So we've got parameters, starting the functions events so that I have access to functions. Waiting to destroy is false. Translation keys, variables, creating sub-instances and builders. In fact, this is not a hard rule, but I like to do it like so. So all sub-instances are together. Somewhere in there, there's also going to be constants. But let's give this a try and see how we did. I feel confident. Oh yes, thank you. So, if I hold this down, this is going to run into... Ah, no it isn't. Right, because we are only updating the countdown builder if there are more than 0 seconds left. Oh no. Oh, I've broken everything. Oh no. What have I done? I believe what I've done, I understand, which is that this thing does not properly have a it doesn't have a bounding box. It is completely invisible and it is 0 pixels big, so naturally it's not going to respond to the left released event. But that's okay. You have sprite bounding box, and why do you... Sorry, I just need to really quickly... Why do you give a parameter that couldn't be practically used? I don't know. The point is, this thing needs to have a proper sizing. So, this display confirmation, it is created wherever the setting box is. So let us just make it large enough to cover everything. So for that, image X scale is going to be the screen width, and likewise with the screen height. For the Y scale, there, now it is as large as 4 screens, so wherever it is, it should be well capable of responding. Now, did that work? Yes. You see, I didn't select the lower value. That's very good. Very good. That's slightly icky. Yeah. I mean, nobody's going to notice, right? This is absolutely me thinking about nothing. So it now gives the very beautiful illusion that you click on it, then it immediately goes away, and the volume slider underneath does not respond. But that's not exactly what happens. The thing is, as soon as you click on the revert button, it is going to revert. Now that is suboptimal, because what happens is, let's say we make this real small, and then we set it to full screen, then we click revert. Now my pointer is outside of the game, which doesn't matter, it already did revert a change. But be careful, don't introduce new things when you don't have to. Let that be a lesson to you. Because now I need to make sure that it doesn't visually revert until we do so. So that means that we need to track whether or not we click the revert settings button. Fortunately, it is only going to be possible to click one of the buttons, and even if there was some glitch, that allowed us to call both of these functions. What of it, really? It's not like this is completely breaking the game. This is for the window size. It's fine. It doesn't matter. So, I suppose this itself is a slightly icky way to go about it, but revert on destroy, which is gonna use another boolean flag. Why not? So we need to take out this immediate function call, and instead we revert on destroy is true, and we ready to destroy ourselves. And then if we do want to revert when we destroy ourselves, we then execute this function call. So we also need to do this when timer hits 0, which luckily we already do, because we are calling the same function. So this is going to call revert settings, which is going to set revert on destroy true in time for the destroy call to happen. Then this flag is checked. Beautiful. That is just Gucci. So let's see what we've made in action. Oh no, this window is far too small. Ta-da! Again, this isn't terribly interesting to look at, but you can watch my pointer size. Boop. And one more thing. Let's watch the timer tick down. If I've made everything correctly, then this will... Yep. Beautiful. Okay. Good. Now, on to something that is more visually interesting. The next thing that I had promised you, wasn't it? The concerts viewer. This, I admit, isn't too thrilling either. But here it is. The placeholder still needs to get inserted, which means we're also going to have to interpolate. Well, we have to interpolate this, and we need to make sure that it doesn't break the bounds. So we need to fit this to maximum width, which is easy enough. I might dispose of this middle text here, because for one, it refers to generically band instead of by their name, and that is for the simple reason that, well, there are a lot of bands in this game. Let's make the longest name possible, which I believe is it Immortal or is it Glittering? I think it is Glittering Laughter. That's a pretty long band name. And so if we write this text is larger than that text, but if you imagine you have to fit that in there, it's going to break the bounds. So I decided, instead of interpolating it in and then having to go to multiple lines, I decided on just the basic band as syntax. Well, there's our daily spam bot. Sorry everyone. Boop. Goodbye. Well, it's not streaming on Twitch without the spam bots, is it? No. No. Yeah, I think I'm going to dispose of this here label, mostly because it's a bit dry. It's a bit dry, and it would simply be far too much text. If you imagine there are two lines telling you how many butterflies the band has, and there's another two lines telling you that the band is signed up, that's just way too much. It would go like down here. That sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but genuinely, it would be too much text. Especially right here. Well, we can't put it in there because we don't have enough butterflies, but right here, the description has an extra line with an orphaned right. It is generally considered bad form to have a single word on a new line, but in this case, it's intentional. I think this text flows very well. It's a victimless crime, comma, new line, right? You can have fun with line alignment. And this is definitely going to break if this game ever gets translated, but that's not important. What is important is we need to interpolate this, we need to fit it to a maximum width, which is appropriate. In order for that, we are going to have to determine what that maximum width even is. And we have to dispose of the label in the middle. So let us hop to it. This is going to be the Octec concert viewer. Yeah. I had kind of meant to do this yesterday off stream. Here it is. I had meant to do this off stream yesterday, but as I mentioned, I was feeling quite under the weather, and it might even have been a light migraine day. Just it was more or less impossible to think clearly. It's something that we have to live with, and out of the you know, as far as incurable ailments go, it's not that bad. There are worse. So let's just dispose of this and search for usages, and we can basically just change this. So signed up text, instead of hard setting this right here, we don't set the text at all until a band is inserted. So I didn't end up working much on the game yesterday after stream, as is, I suppose, only reasonable. I mean, I've been pushing very hard recently. I've been putting in an average of 24 hours each week, which is quite a lot when you're also working, you know, an actual job. Hooray to 7-8 day weeks. So that was a bit much. Instead, I indulged myself with a little satisfactory, and after way too much time setting stuff up, I now have supercomputers. Hooray! I've got two manufacturers making supercomputers at 100% capacity, and a bit of spares of everything that goes into them. Well, specifically, I've got 2.5 AI limiters to spare, which up until this point I just had not set them up, because AI limiters don't go into anything early in the game. They go into smart splitters, and smart splitters for me have precisely one purpose, which is to split belts that to split belts into weird ratios. Normally, I prefer to have a belt that has twice as much as I need. Then you can use a normal splitter and just split off what you need. So, band is going to be band. There we are. So I prefer to work like that in Satisfactory. And obviously all of my belts only ever contain one item. Ever. Once I made a big mess and my entire train network got polluted with unnecessary items everywhere, because it, well, turned out that... What did happen? Well, I suspect that it was... yes, right, my aluminium line got backed up because it didn't get enough water. Since aluminium both consumes and puts out water, you have two choices. Either you just feed it fresh water, and after that you take the water it puts out, package it, and more with some detours perhaps you just sink it. That's option one, but that is a huge waste of plastic or whatever you make your containers out of. I know that there is an alternate recipe to make containers out of iron, which is very handy. I didn't actually unlock it. I have like 20 hard drives scanned and ready to go, and I haven't picked either recipe on them because both of them suck and I wouldn't see myself using them because I am a psychopath. I built most everything with base recipes except for insulated cable. That's one that I use because, well, I've got rubber, and copper is a very precious resource, so I will use some extra rubber to save a lot of copper and also a lot of space. Insulated cable is just great. And I use pure caterium ingot. Likewise, water is literally a free infinite resource, so we're going to pump as much of it as we can. And that way we can make our caterium go way longer. And what else is it? I use one more alternate recipe. Well, obviously I use screws directly from iron ingots because that is literally just more screw per ingot. There's no reason not to do that. But that sets the text on the signed up builder. So that's quite cool. And I basically stopped yesterday after I had constructed... need to switch this so that it doesn't reference the band popularity builder anymore. I basically stopped after I'd made 50 supercomputers and unlocked nuclear power. I hadn't built it. It turns out you need a whole bunch of stuff for that. Mostly I need to get these spicy rocks out of the ground. And then I'm gonna have to set up more water, and I'm gonna have to probably, you know, there is just north of the grasslands, right? There is that big crater with a little lake in it, which has a bunch of iron, coal, copper. has a few resource patches. Usually how I do it is everything goes on the same level, but nuclear power plants are so big, I might just put them down there, because they also have easy access to water there. And listen, I don't like to trash talk other developers because this stuff is hard, yo. Make fluids function. It's fine. Fluid simulations is hard. If you can't make it efficient, that's fine, so don't make it. Fluids in Satisfactory is so friggin' jank, man. I understand the physics behind them. I understand what they're trying to do. It's just that it doesn't work. That's the problem. You know, I didn't put the width maximum here, but this actually would just barely fit in there, especially if well, no, let's not change the sprite size here. If anything, I could move the text like 1 pixel further left. That might be an idea. So, let's think. Oh. Ew. Well, that's something for the list. So we've done that. Changing band name does not update all elements. I mean, this is a incredibly tiny issue. Basically, what I'm looking at is I've changed the band name, but it still says Glittering Laughter here, which is a tiny display issue, but you know me. I gotta do it right, or I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, I think that's as long as it'll be. So, yeah, and the only reason that I pushed so hard towards having nuclear power is that I don't want to deal with fluids anymore, man. Especially fluids that I don't have in excess. Dealing with water in Satisfactory is easy enough because water is infinite and free. So you can overpressurize your pipes as you like. You can put in more than you need. It's fine. Steel pipes famously do love having more pressure than they can take applied to them. Water famously does not mind at all if it's being forced to go into a place where there is no room. It'll just squeeze together and make room. Yeah. But obviously, with fuel, there's no such option. With fuel, you have a fixed amount. And that means it would be very handy if it actually went where it is supposed to. And I've done all the tricks. I pump it up really high so that it can then flow down into the generators. Still doesn't work. I'm like a solid 10% below my actual capacity. I don't know where the rest of the fuel goes. Or the turbo fuel. Obviously I'm using turbo fuel, but I don't know where the rest of it goes. Logically, right? I'm producing this amount of fuel, which can feed this many generators. I've done the math. Even if we are having distribution issues, it's not stacking up in the refineries. All the pipes have more than the capacity that they need to distribute it. Logically, it should, if not all of it is being consumed, if not all the generators are running, it should eventually make its way to the further generators. Where is it going, Satisfactory? I don't know. So, yeah, that's a frustration. It still works. It's just at it is greatly below its actual capacity. So, shall we? Yeah, instead of allowing this to go to multiple lines, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the text 1 pixel to the left. That way the exclamation point is just barely not going to clip onto the border. So that is why in Satisfactory I have pushed towards nuclear power, even though it also takes in water. That's okay, because its main fuel that it needs to run, that is limited, is a solid, so you can belt it. The water that you need, well, that's infinite and free. Even if the water feels like being hyper jank, you can just fill up the pipes, and then it behaves somewhat. So where were we? I believe this goes, yes, this all goes to the description text X offset, so I'm literally just gonna do that. Change the constant and everything changes. Wonderful. I do have a... Okay, that was too much. We can do 3 pixels, we can't do 2. I do have still 3.5 gigawatts to go, which I feel, even if it isn't by itself enough to beat the game, it certainly is going to get me very, very far. Yeah. I kinda hate this. You know what, I'm gonna undo it. This may seem crazy, fussing over a single display pixel of distance, but well, I could put it in between, but the spacing does just look very off. And the point is that the text is being fit into a box, like so. And if I move the text further to the left, then there's more space, and then you're rightly going to ask, hey wait, there's enough space to put the there. So shouldn't we? So I figure I'm just gonna accept that. Yeah, that's fine the way that it is. Okay. Alignment of text completed. I've shown perhaps more than I would have intended of my true colors. I've spent a decade and more staring at text and editing my own stuff, so I am painfully aware of text alignments and kerning, and if there is a single double space anywhere on a page, trust me, I see it. I see it the instant my eyes touch the page. Some people may say that touching your eyes to the page is an odd way to read, but I think it works perfectly well. I think it's better than whatever everyone else is doing. Anyway, shall we... While we're here, you know, this is... I would like to address the thing with when we change the band name, this does not update, and it's only this. It is only this concept viewer that has to be updated. It's only this label. So there are options, but the most obvious option is to just kick out this band name scrap and regenerate it. The problem is that is not perfectly obvious. Water break. That's not perfectly obvious, so what could happen is that you change the band name for whatever reason, while a band is already signed up, and then so you've changed the band name, which means we have either destroyed and recreated this thing, or we've just kicked it out of the slot. But you don't realize that that has happened because that's on a different screen, and then you miss your chance to go to a concert, and that's bad. That is very bad. So, I think in order to maintain baby and bath water, we are just going to give this a gentle nudge. Hey, you should update your display. You should update your display if the band name is changed. So, what that's going to involve is first we need to put a method here that we can call. So that is going to start here on content inserted. Because when we remove the content, yes, when we remove the content, band equals no one. So we can use that as a trigger so that we can call it from the outside. Function update signed up builder text. Text, not builder. Builder. So if band is no one, so we've called it while nothing is in the slot, then return out. Otherwise, do this thing. I think we're just going to update the text, which is going to be slightly... there are two schools of thought about this. So what I'm pondering is this little dot enable right there. Theoretically, it's fine. Like, I've just stolen this text here, and if there is a band in the slot, so we are executing this code, then we want it to be enabled. I'm only taking issue with it because the method name doesn't describe what it's doing, but we can make that a reality. And commit another crime in the process, because update signed up builder is... it kind of doesn't say anything about what this method does it? But it's fine, it's okay. So, I think that's Gucci. The alternative would have been that this method only sets the text, and we have a separate call here that then also enables the builder. That would have been an option, but it's also slightly icky, not very, but slightly, because then we have a function that updates the text of the builder, and we also separately enable the builder, so we're doing things to the same objects in two different locations right next to each other. So that would have been So, as for the band name change, this is going to come out of the band name picker, which is one of the first events, one of the first objects that I made. I have refactored it since then, make no mistake. But there used to be a time that the game of Hit Idol was literally just a screen where you had 3 photos, you could drag them around, you could put them inside the band form, and if there were 3 of them, then the band form made a band. And you could change the band's name, and that was it. Which, I know I am so terribly expressive, it is super easy to guess what I'm thinking and feeling at any given time. Or perhaps I speak with an excessively monotone voice that puts people to sleep. One of the two. One of the two for sure. But the idea being that this may sound dismissive, but hey, you need to do something, right? And it is a good idea to start in order of importance. Focus on the primary gameplay loop, as Yahtzee tells you in his Death Diary series, and every time he talks about game development, focus on the primary gameplay loop. Focus on what the player is doing at any given time. The big thing, like, which is moment-to-moment gameplay. It's in Doom. How do you not die in the coming 5 seconds? That's the primary gameplay. How do you not die and make the demons dead? I would say, in a game with the pace of Doom, thinking about how much ammo do I have, what weapon can I use, that's already a secondary gameplay loop. Because that's not moment to moment, it takes a backseat to the primary gameplay of shoot, bullet, and don't get shot. That's already more meta thinking. And the point that I'm trying to make here is that when I started this game, I was very clear that the primary gameplay is here it is. Here it is. The primary gameplay is that you have idle photos and you put them into slots. That's the primary gameplay. You have a thing, you put it in a slot. Drag and drop. And so making that work properly, making that feel good, was vital. And it was going to inform everything else. Like, I didn't start with the idea of all the minigames fully formed. I didn't really start... That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So this is going to call up to the room handler, because it is not the band form's place to tell concert viewer what to do, because neither of them on band name changed. Neither of them created the other, so they don't have a direct relation. We need to go through the room handler. We don't need to, mind, but we need... But this is a design decision I made in order to make it easier to comprehend how the game functions. Everything can only directly access itself. Any sub-instances that it has created, like buttons, obviously you can enable and disable the buttons that you've made. And it can also have a reference to its parent, if it is given one. and so it can call functions on its parent, which for most instances that is going to be the room handler, which instantiates everything else that isn't directly created by another instance. And by doing this kind of triangular tree shape where everything only ever looks up or down, it doesn't look sideways to other instances that it doesn't have direct relations to, I have very clearly update, what is it called? I have a very clear path. I know that if something happens in the concert viewer, then it happens from within it, or it happens through the room handler. And if it happens from outside of the concert viewer itself, then it's going to happen through a function call. So truly, everything that happens to an object, to a variable of it, happens from within that object. It happens through functions that the object itself defined. Oh poo. Yes. Right. Yes, so what happened is the game has crashed, air quotes, it's run into an error, because I can show you very specifically. Where is it? Here it is. In the room start event, the band form is created and it immediately updates the name, which causes the room handler to call to the concert viewer. And at that moment, when band elements are created, that happens before the concert viewer is created. So that's not good. Now, there are multiple ways to go about this. Me doth think that we should... what we could do is we could make the concert viewer before we make the band elements. That would actually be not the worst idea, because things are supposed to be instantiated in order of top left to bottom right in Western reading order. So top left, top middle, top right, bottom left, bottom middle, bottom right. That wouldn't be the worst idea. However, the band form also is already aware when it is initializing. And what's happening here is that we call update name, which causes a call to the room handler. So we can fix this issue rather easily, but I would prefer to avoid future issues, because we just fundamentally don't care. If we are initializing the room, then we don't want this behavior to trigger at all. So imagine if we extended this and we do something else that is more difficult. Let's say in the worst case, we create an object that requires the band form to exist in order for its create code to run properly. Let's say that is a thing. We then have the band form do something to that object. So that second object needs to exist before the band form, but the band form needs to exist before the second object. Then we've introduced a cyclic dependency, and that's very bad. So rather, we should break the dependency, which I have just done, because the band form only calls to the room handler if it is not currently initializing. That way, the band form that way the dependency is broken, and we are only calling to the room handler when the When what? When we are ready, when everything is instantiated, when the user, the player, is doing their thing. Okay. Beautiful. So that is the concept viewer working. So we can take that right back off the to-do list. Now I think that's the immediate issues taken care of. So I do want to go to the dialogue. So another thing about the dialogue is that the game has a relatively sophisticated system that picks the dialogue for from among all the dialogues that exist inside the current band. This is actually a beautifully connected band because Tiger has a conversation with Butterfly, Elf has one with Jade, Elf does not speak with anyone else here. Butterfly also has a conversation with Jade, so this is actually exactly what I want for testing, because what I want is that when you have two pairs of conversationalists, two pairs of friends as the game calls them, I want to play both of their conversations. This in order to give you more opportunities to see all the conversations. You may remember I talked about it at the start of the stream. There are just not enough weeks in this game to give you enough opportunities to see all the dialogue, and I don't want to make it longer just for that. Not to mention that, well, the game is 2 semesters long for a reason. These idol girls, they're graduating. So making the game run much longer would be a bit weird. So the dialogue scheduler, it is rather clever. It picks out the least progressed dialogue among this band. So let's say in this case it is always going to be Butterfly and Jade who speak. I believe so. Let me put my money where my mouth is. I am admittedly just guessing at this. Match, wink, and snap. Here we go. That's all that we need to do. Butterfly. No, Elf and Jade also haven't spoken. Huh. No, okay, so... Right. Well, I am incorrect about the state of the dialogues. Anyway, the point is, it picks the least progressed one, so that instead of going pure random, it is going to pick out the start of a dialogue if it can, or like each dialogue has 8 stages, and it's going to pick the first stage that has not yet been shown, so that you don't have one storyline already concluding before another has started within the band. So that's the idea. That also means, of course, if there's not enough opportunities to see all the dialogues, then most likely you're not going to finish a single one, and that's bad. So what I want is to make it so that if there are 2 pairs that don't include the same idols within the band. So right here we have Butterfly and Tiger and Elf and Jade. Those are 2 non-overlapping pairs. If there are those, then play those 2 dialogues. Otherwise, even if, let's say, we have a 3-person band of Butterfly, Tiger, and Jade, Butterfly has dialogue with both Tiger and Jade, but because she is involved in both of them, we only play one. So that would look something like this. That would look something like this. Yep. So don't do it then, but if there are 4 people and 2 pairs of 2 among them, then do that. That is going to be rather complicated. I think we can spend most of today working on that. But before we do that, we're going to do that in a few minutes time. First, I have to heed nature's call. My bladder is like really tiny. So I am going to go ahead and take my first midstream break for today. Stand up, stretch my legs, use the bathroom, probably going to get some grapes. Feel free to do the same. I'm once again going to be running a few ads during the break, purely so that we don't get pre-rolls and ideally we don't get ads during the action of the stream. You're not gonna miss anything. I'm gonna be right here when you come back. Don't go too far. See you in a bit. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Ads should be over. So, let us continue. So, first, we need to do our analysis. We need to find out, well, what are we even dealing with? So, the relevant part is in the object minigame outro fadeout. This is so this kind of does the everything at the end of a minigame. I believe it is told what its dialogue is going to be. Yes, it is passed a dialogue from outside, as well as the participants. So, on the surface, this isn't going to be too difficult. On the surface, we can just go to, that is going to be the mini game room handler, which when we fully well and truly do leave, yes, I have multiple methods that purport to leave, but don't worry about it. On leave, we want to determine our least progressed conversation and then create the fade out for it. That's good so far. Well, what we need to do is we need to determine multiple conversations if such a thing is doable. Another question that raises itself. So right now, this picks out the conversation that has the least progress. It picks out the conversation with the least progress. And if there are multiple with the same progress, like multiple that just are not sorted at all, then it picks one of them at random, which it is going to do right at the start of the game, because at the start of the game you're going to have two different possible conversations and you're not going to have any progress on either of them. So that'll be cool. So fundamentally what we need to do here is, well, if by the rules that we have set there are multiple possible valid conversations, then we want those to be, we want all of them to be returned. Now, how it does so is this is going to be in the form of a conversations object, I believe. Let's have a real quick peek at what it does. Determine dialogue to play and advance. Yes. Conversation, this is a conversations object, which basically just stores who are the participants in the dialogue. It stores its index as a kind of redundant technical thing to make it easier to pick it out in an array. And it stores its dialogues, which the dialogues onto itself, it's like this is each of the 8 pieces. It's 8 pieces that each are made of like a list of dialogue lines. Right here, dialogue line. They have a speaker and a line. Easy enough so far. So this this is all cool the way that it is. And that's functioning. What I'm thinking on is we could do the obvious trivial case. That is, if there are multiple pairs of, if there are two pair of idols, they have conversations between them and they don't overlap, then pick out those two conversations. Theoretically, I'm not sure if it's at all possible. It might be. It may be possible that you even have multiple pairs of these pairs. Like, right, you have idols A, B, C, and D, and you can either pair it up that A speaks with B and C speaks with D, or that A speaks with C and B speaks with D. I'm not sure that is possible the way that I've laid out my dialogues, but that is something complicated to look at. So let's say we want to account for that. That's going to be simple enough. We just need to make the groupings account for all groupings, and well, if then there are multiples of those, pick one of them. This is going to be a race within a race. Hurry! It's not going to be that bad, really. So, but what I'm also thinking is, if this constellation does occur, right? If we have, let's just look at it in the game, if we have the exact bands that we intend to test this with, which is Tiger, Butterfly, Jade, and Elf. So, reminder, these two on the top have a conversation, the two on the bottom do. Butterfly also has a conversation with Jade. So what I expect is that every time it's going to be the top two and the bottom two. That is going to mean that if you keep this band together for 8 weeks because you want to, it is going to continuously play those until those are out, and it is not going to at all start the Jade Butterfly dialogue until it can't do the other ones. For that, I would kind of prefer if it did, though. If it started the Butterfly Jade dialogue at some point, but that would mean that with only, if we wanted to do that, then we would have to play a second dialogue with overlap. So that's not amazing. Either we would have to only play this Butterfly Jade dialogue, or we would have to have Butterfly feature in 2 dialogues the same week, which, you know, it's also not, it's not impossible, but I don't like it. It's a problem. I would like for different characters to feature in the same week. So, given that, let us think that would mean that I suppose we are simply going to accept it. If this constellation happens, then yes, we are going to run all of these dialogues consecutively ignoring this diagonal connection here until such a point as they are no longer valid. Let's say that by some stroke of cosmic rays or whatever, we have the constellation that we have this double dialogue set up, but Tiger and Butterfly are almost finished with their storyline, whereas Butterfly and Jade have not started, and Jade and Elf have not started. Which, this is a really simple setup if you simply recruit Jade late. So, in that case, what do we want it to do? Are you noticing? We're doing requirements engineering right now. If that does happen, then what I wanted to do is I wanted to play a double dialogue if it is able. Otherwise, if there are multiple dialogues, but one of them has already concluded, then obviously that one does not count. So it's not going to attempt to run it. And then it is going to find that the only valid dialogues are Butterfly Jade and Elf Jade. That's cool. That's good. Yeah, that is how I wanted to behave. So let's see if we can make that happen. And here I thought my dialogue scheduler couldn't get any more complicated. So, what we need to do in order for that to happen is we need to basically rip up and redo this entire thing. Well, two things need to happen. We need to adjust the dialogue scheduler so that it spits out what we want. We also need to adjust the outro fade out so that it is even capable of taking in multiple dialogues if so inclined. That is going to be its own kind of joy. Fortunately, that's relatively easy enough to make happen. If we go to this here minigame real fast. That, this, that, there. So what happens is you play a dialogue and when this dialogue finishes, normally it transitions right to the stat gains. Let's see. Right here. Oh, the photos just disappear. I see. Huh. Well, that's not intended. That's silly. Right, I suppose we are going to... Step 1, we are going to locate where that happens and we're going to give the photos a gentle fade out because... What? Something destroying itself one frame to the next? That is way too sudden for this game. We want this to be more cozy, we want it to be chill. Again, it sounds like I'm being very sarcastic. I'm not! This game has a vibe that everything contributes to, that we are chill, we are cozy, there's no hurry anywhere. So, we need to stick to this vibe. Meaning, having anything sudden, even if, yes, I'd be forgiven for leaving it like this, still, having anything sudden would be icky. So, let's see. This is going to be in create dialog box. Yes, right. So I've made a system in order to not have to manually script every single dialogue, which may have multiple phases about it. If I don't care about what exactly happens in the dialogue, if all that I want is for it to continue to the next speaker and finish up once all the lines are gone through, for that I have the advanced dialogue idea. Water break. For that I have the advanced dialogue function, which can be defined on a room-to-room basis in the minigame. In the minigame rooms, it is going to go here, so that the outro fade out advances. So what it does is it goes through all of the photos it has created and then destroys them. Oh no! That is icky. That's icky. Because, well, that's what is to reason. So, but we can make this go better. So the photo, for different purposes, has a function that is called hide then destroy, or, well, yes, but what I'm interested in is the function hide, which allows us to hide the photo, and when it does complete, so when it fades out, when it is completely invisible, then we call the callback. That's gonna be in the step event. It's gonna be, yep, here it is, on next fade complete. So call that callback. So what we are going to do is the first photo is just going to hide then destroy, and function progress to that's gonna be icky. So what I want it to do, because I don't want to execute the same code twice, that's going to lead to errors. Because of that, I only want to run this function once, this prepare name builders. Otherwise, we'd make two of them, and that would be all kinds of icky. That's why I can't tell both photos to hide, then call the prepare name builders function. So that means I need to only tell one of them to hide, then call that function. I would also like to Hey, question. What does this exactly do? This just instant destroys. Oh, that's not the best. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. So, I want to make a function that I suppose... Yes, I want to make a function that both sets up the next stage and disposes of the second photo. For which... man, that is ick. Goodness gracious. So, the situation is, I had falsely assumed that there are always going to be two photos. That is an incorrect assumption, because it can happen that you don't have a dialogue at all, in which case photos is going to have one element. It's going to be either one of the participants in the dialogue, giving you a hint as to whom they would speak with, or if you truly have just nothing going on, if you have a band where every dialogue has been started for every member, started or completed, and also you just have no conversation threads whatsoever within the band, no idols in the band have anything to say to each other, then this is going to be Butterfly telling you, hey, don't worry about it, but maybe put some friends in here, because otherwise this is boring. So, what we need to do is we need to account for all of those possible states. And I think... yes, I've got it. So, this is going to include, unfortunately, another if. Hep. So we have got three possible ways about it. We can have no photos whatsoever, which is also possible if you didn't do your solution correctly, or if you did do your solution correctly, but every single conversation that any idol within this band could have is finished. That's possible. It is possible that there is one photo. When you get a hint, it is also possible that there are two photos. So we need to account for all of those. We need to make sure that the code does get called, this code here, even if there is no photos. And we also need to make sure that this code does not get called multiple times when there are multiple photos. For which I think, let us no. So what we're going to do is just write it out. Playmaker, please, if you're going to give me suggestions, then maybe allow me to scroll within those suggestions. Isn't that an idea? So, if the array is empty, then we just want to immediately prepare the name builders. There. That's our basic of it. we want to... Actually, yeah, I was agonizing over how to destroy the photos properly, but we have a function that can take care of it. So this can go through the photos. Whether there are 0, 1 or 2 of them, it does not matter. This can go through all of the photos and then tell the photo manager to destroy that photo properly. So that's photos I. Yeah. And just to make absolutely sure, make sure to dispose of the stale references, because if you keep data that does not point anywhere meaningful, like destroying a photo but then not removing that photo from the array, or in this case resetting the array to be empty, that's how you get stale references. Now, GameMaker is going to be kind to you. It is going to fully guard you against that if you try to reference an object that no longer validly exists. Then it'll crash the game, because otherwise, who knows what would happen. If you want an example of who knows what would happen, look no further than arbitrary code execution in Ocarina of Time. Look no further than stale reference manipulation, which, in short, in Ocarina of Time and many games like it, in the more lawless time, where this kind of check that the reference you were trying to access was actually still active, where that kind of check just literally didn't fit on the cartridge and you had to omit it because you needed that space to fit the game into. In that kind of lawless time, you could do precisely that, and you can do, well, whatever you want. Look up the Triforce % run that was performed at GDQ, like, it's gonna be a year ago by now, where they just, do whatever. They basically have, it's strictly speaking a tool-assisted speedrun, but really it's just putting a secondary program outside of Ocarina of Time that uses controller inputs on the second, third and fourth controller port to literally just rewrite the game as you are playing it in order to basically extend the code. It's very impressive, it's very funny what they've made happen, both reanimating leftover assets and adding just new stuff running on the Nintendo 64. So that's what you can do with stale reference manipulation, and that's why we are staying away from it. So, but then what we need to do is, for each of the photos, if the array is not empty, which we can put a return here in order to save ourselves the ills. If the array is not empty, then for each of these, we want to hide it. Or more specifically, we can even save ourselves the loop. Photos 0 is going to hide with a callback of prepare name builders. So it's going to hide, and when it is fully hidden, it is going to prepare the name builders. And if array length photos is greater than or equal to 2, I suppose. If there is a second one, then photos 1 just hide that. Now we are guarded against every possible case, and quite elegantly, I would say. In the case that there are no photos, we just immediately prepare the name builders and return out. If there is at least one photo, which if we are here, then that means the array is not empty, which means there's at least one photo, which means hide it, and when it is done hiding itself after half a second, then prepare the name builders. And if there are at least 2, then also tell the second one to hide itself. Okay, let's see that in action. Let's see that we've not broken it. And the big idea about this is that that is what's going to allow us to that's going to allow us to play multiple dialogues within the same fade out. So like that, try this one. Because then I can call that function multiple times. So to begin with, we can advance the dialogue. Hey, that's already something. After this line, we are going to go into the else. And there it is. Beautiful. They fade out, and as soon as they are faded out, all of this stuff happens. Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Next. So that is going to preserve the original functionality for now. We do, however, need to insert something that if there are multiple dialogues waiting, then instead of preparing the name builders, instead of going to the next phase directly, then set up and play that dialogue. And for that, that's gonna be icky. Well, no, it's not going to be icky, it's just gonna be complicated. So, ain't nothing that can't be solved by putting another array around it. Step 1 is going to be that instead of expecting a single dialogue, we are going to expect, well, any number of them. Now, where is this unpacked? Our first point of change is going to be the function should play dialogue. That's already fine. That wasn't intended to work with the data structure as it is now, but it is going to work. So I need to take another sip of delicious water. Um, so that's good. Then I know that I'm mixing the British and American spelling of dialogue. Don't worry about it. So I'm going to need this in the step event. We are going to have to this controls how long. Basically, there's supposed to be a little pause after we fully fade in before we create the photos. Let's take a peek. Yeah. Let us take a peek at how that looks in practice. This. That's a good response. That's a good response. Ah, right. Of course, if I break it, then I need to make sure it's not broken before I try to run it again. So, we need to go to the minigame room handler parent. Yeah. We need to go here, and for the moment we are just going to pass it the same data, but in the shape of an array. So, create fade out for conversation. Where do you live? Right. Take this and put that like so. We also need to go here, and likewise we need to change the shape so that this is a double array. There it is. Okay. So, this should now work. Essentially, because of the way that it is all split up into cute packaged little functions, I think that's actually going to be quite good. It's going to be rather simple to make it happen, because we can basically, if we pick at the correct time, we can just tell it to create photos again. Now, what have I wrought here? Ah, bah, humbug. Humbug, I tells you. Oh, this is gonna be complicated. What? Why is this being checked? Ah, sorry. No. Right. So, minigame room handler order. So this right here, this also expects participants to be a simple array. Obviously, we need to adjust the type checking here to fit with how we now expect the data to be. Easy enough. Okay, click through it one more time, then we should be able to see our dialogue in action. You. There. So, now. There's still some type checking that has... yeah. That is correctly failing. Because I am, well, I'm telling it to create a thing with an array of names. So why is that? Why is it even calling this function? It's not supposed to. Ah, yes, right. Yes, I've messed everything up, but that's okay, we can fix it, real simple. So, what it is complaining about is this here. The create photos method correctly sees that there is a single entry in the participants array, which is of course now an array of arrays. So it tries to create the photo for a single participant. I think for this exact moment, for this testing purpose, what we're going to do is we're just going to unwrap it so that it still takes the data in the form that we want it, but we can look at it until it is fully changed. So dialog is also going to be dialog 0. There. Now, should I be making such drastic sweeping changes when really all I'm looking to do is to fix breaking issues? No, shouldn't be doing that. Really should not be doing that, but it's fine. I'm good at what I do. Probably. So, now then, will you successfully do that without crashing? Yes. Yes, okay. So, as you see it, there's a teensy tiny delay after we fade in. It's literally half a second. So, it fades in to black. And when it is full black, then does it create its photos. That's right here in the Steppy event. And, well, its photos, I suppose it creates immediately. And I think we can hook into that very elegantly. So, what we can do is, look what it's doing here. It fades in, it keeps updating its alpha, and when it's done, when it is fully faded in, it does some stuff to clean up. Then, photo alpha. That's a variable that starts at 0 right here. Basically, it tells the photos to fade in. And if they are done fading in, then we tell them, we note, okay, at this point, we started, we've completed the fade in. Then there's going to be a half-second delay because I over-engineer everything that I make. Then there's going to be a half-second delay, and after that, it is going to well and truly start the dialogue. So, all that we need to do, truly, is we need to jump back up here. I'm also noting that this, I believe, is missing an else. Might be. What does the update alpha function do again? Will not go to alpha. Update alpha. Update alpha tells it to... Okay, okay. So I've got one teensy tiny idea here, which is we have a cute system here, but I do recall that photos have a show method onto themselves, so that you don't have to manually manage their fading. And here it is. Right? So why don't we just create the photos invisibly and then tell them to show themselves? Then we can save all of this effort. We don't need to manage all this stuff. Yeah, that does seem much more sensible. I'm now also pondering, yeah. Yeah. We can also allow the show method to likewise take a callback. So far only the hide method has needed it, but we can let the show method accept an on next fade complete method, and that way we can do stuff exactly as the fade completes. Now, in order to do so, of course, we're going to have to do the same dance where we only attach this method to the first photo that we create. If we create a second one, then we just tell it to show itself, not advance the state. So save this. It's already set up such that when the fade completes, when it finishes showing itself, that it is going to call this function. So then let us do precisely this. Instead of doing all this terribleness, just attach it to the photo. This does mean, of course, that if we don't want to play a dialogue, most importantly because the player did not do the minigame correctly, we still want to skip past it. But for this, I think... Oh, let's have a look. If we do it wrong, then by my math, there's going to be a relatively long delay before the name builders show up. And that's not actually intentional. So, do it wrong. Bad. Boo. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Need to manage my unwrapping logic here. so that I only do this when there is actually a dialogue to play. Okay. There, try that again. So, in the case that there is no dialogue to play because we messed it up, we figured we can just click through the minigame and not care. Boo. Yes, there is... It's not terribly long, it's not terribly notable, but there is a delay, which I want to just get rid of. I think that's going to be fine. So, what we're gonna do is step 1, in create photos. All of these we want to create them invisibly and make them show themselves later. So, just thinking real fast, it would be cleaner to put this right here, even if we have to do an if. So, photos 0 dot show with a callback of what's it? What is it that we do once we're finished? Dot dialogue, I'm gonna call that. So that's going to be a new function. Function start dialogue. Yeah. I may be able to completely obsolete this Boolean flag, but well, we will see. So instead of doing this, it's garbage. Away with it. Instead of doing that, attach it to the photos. Now, some people, I'm going to go out on a limb and say specifically, some people who learned to program with JavaScript may have opinions about using callback functions because JavaScript is full of them, and yeah, I can't really argue against that. In JavaScript, they are more than slightly overdoing it. So this is, what did we say? Start dialogue. But it is for a reason, yeah? If so is greater than equal to 2, then photos 1 also show. And I'm doing this intentionally. I'm doing this outside of the create photo methods because I want it. I only want to execute this code once. I only want to have a single place where we declare, once the photos are faded in, call the start dialog function. That's what I want. I could also move it in here. Here I know that there's only ever going to be one photo. Here I know that there are 2. But I think preventing the code duplication is more noble than reducing the if. But what I was saying is callbacks are quite something to get your head around, and they are very complicated to debug because, well, by definition you don't know when they're going to happen. In JavaScript especially, where you do a thing, and whenever the response comes back, the other thing happens. Have fun debugging that. So in this case, I am... one sec, I do need to set the alpha of all of these to 0. There it is. In this case, I am working somewhat on easy mode because even though I'm strictly speaking using callbacks, it is still a linear sequence where nothing of much interest is going to happen until the photo is faded in and it correctly advances the state. So let's see how we've broken this. You know, it is quite convenient. I just pressed undo without thinking about it. GameMaker likes to present with this new code editor, which is very handy. It likes to present its events as though they were all part of the same thing, and sure, they are part of the same object, but they are still different events, they are still different files under the hood. So GameMaker apparently likes to just track, it likes to track the undo tree, so whether you can, well, whether or not you can undo a thing and what's going to result from that. It likes to track that for each file separately. So you can do a bunch of stuff in the user event 0, then you go back to step event and your undo is perfectly preserved here. So really, I need to do one thing, which is if we don't want to play a dialogue at all, then when we are done fading in, we want to prepare our name builders. There it is. Other than that, all of this stuff we can toss. At least that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Whew. Okay, so if I've done my job correctly, then nothing has changed. Sounds like wasting time, but being able to make changes that behave the same way, most importantly that don't break anything, is very important. There, perfect. Just perfect. So it does properly skip past this, and you know what? I'm just going to re-enable my quick restart button, otherwise I am going to go insane if I can't restart the game while debugging. Because I don't want this save to advance. I don't want to end the week. I just want to go back to the top so that I can now do this minigame correctly. Like so. Oh yeah, I forgot about this line. That needs to be adjusted. There. Minigame completes. That's... yes. Yes. So it sets... I know what's happening. It still sets the alpha of the photos when it updates its own image alpha. And, well, that's bad. Photo alpha, let's see, is this still referenced? No. Haha, we have saved an entire variable. Okay. So, out of here, let's give this one more try, and we And we should be able to see a dialogue unfold. Well, yes, it is a bit too quick. Yeah. If we go here, let's see, fade in millis is 1.5 instead of half a second, which is what we are using by default if we don't tell the photo to fade in over a given time. Now, for that, easy enough. Easy enough. We just need to make sure to divide this factor out, because the show method takes its arguments in seconds, whereas usually we work with milliseconds. So that's our difference here. But other than that, I do need to correctly answer these questions, like so. That's better. Now, one more thing. When is create photos called? That's very important. It is called at the top of it. That's, of course, spicy. That's not exactly what we are looking to do. Because we want to wait until we are fully faded in, and only then do we want to show the photos. So, consequently, we want to go right here. And we can do this in an if else. If we want to play the dialogue, then create photos. Otherwise, prepare our name builders. There. Okay. So, that's very good progress, even though right now we've not done much of anything. But refactoring is important. I feel rather confident that we can at least finish a rebuild so that this can take multiple conversations simultaneously, and if it is given them, that it will display them correctly. Might have to finish things up tomorrow, but that would be just okay. So, for today, we do have a good bit of stream time left. I am going to take my second midstream break, so as before, you guys feel free to also stand up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, refill your beverage, whatever you like. Don't go too far. In just a few minutes time, we'll be back and we will finish this outro rebuild, and well, I'm going to see what we can make happen in the dialogue scheduler. Once again, I am going to be running a few ads, purely so that we don't get pre-rolls, purely so that we don't get ads during the action. Whether or not you let those play, I don't care. Now, I suppose Twitch is just going to do it before I can, just as well. Anyway, see you in a bit. Okay, dokie. Let us continue. Unfortunately, I didn't get to run ads myself because the moment that I went to do it, Twitch decided to do it by itself. So that's wonderful. That is just wonderful. But all that means is I need to disable the automatic scheduler, I suppose. If Twitch will insist... Loud music, you're a bit too loud. Like so. If Twitch will insist on this trolley problem that I have to run ads, naturally, like, Twitch needs money too. Servers aren't free. And Twitch is actually hemorrhaging money a lot. So it is only fair to request that I do it too. And they are paying me a share of it. It's just that I don't care about the share. I don't care about ad income because it is an insignificant amount and it never will be significant. So I don't want to, but I'm being made to. Either I roll ads, or Twitch decides when it wants to roll ads, or if I refuse to, then we get pre-rolls. So whenever anyone picks up the channel, they immediately get blasted by an ad at least a minute long, and let me tell you a little secret, if that happens, people are not going to sit through it to see this weird channel that they don't recognize. They're just going to leave and they're not going to come back. So pre-roll ads are the devil. They are to be avoided if at all possible. So within this infinite trolley problem, I am going to choose that, well, I have to roll ads sometime, and it may as well be during the times when I'm not actually doing anything. That is, I believe, going to be the best solution. But that's not important. So, what we need to do is we have, it's called refactoring. We have cleaned up the outro fade out without actually changing how it behaves in order to both make it easier to work with, and in order to open it up to later be changed. Later being right now. There. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, you know what I'm going to do? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to retrieve my chair because right now I am standing up, but my legs are getting rather tired. So, 1 sec. Okay, here we are. It's like I never left. And if I sit down very gradually, keeping off of the camera, then perfect illusion. Nobody knows a thing. Right. Anyway, so what we need to do here is, right now it takes the data as arrays, but it just unwraps it. So what we need to do after that is we need to, well, once the first dialogue finishes, we need to check, hey, is there more than one? Yeah? Is there more than one dialogue? If so, restart the entire thing. And that was kind of why I did all this, because the existing solution worked perfectly well for a single dialogue, which begins as the fade out becomes visible, but it was going to be very clunky, and it was going to have to involve me changing weird variables that aren't meant for that. So instead we did what we did. Also, this variable is now obsolete and can be removed. Wonderful. So we still need to set things up here. So I say so a lot. In the normal, we'll call it happy case, that there is only a single dialogue, we want it to behave exactly as before. In the case that there are multiple dialogues, we basically need to call this a create photos method again after the initial dialogue has wrapped up, which gives us a beautiful jumping in point, because this is going to be not here, it is here. Once the dialogue is finished, we want the photos to be hidden, and once they are hidden, we want to continue on. That means instead of calling directly to prepare name builders here, we want a function like, oh, I don't know, how about this handy little piece of code here? It checks if there is more dialogue to play, and if so, then it creates them photos. If not, it prepares the name builders. So, step 1 is going to be photos is initialized to an empty array, which is good because it means I can put a... Actually, I'm going to put a function call here. which is going to destroy all photos that do exist using yes, I already made such a function. How convenient. I can just reuse it here. Because if there are two dialogues, then we want each of them to clean up the state in between. That is a very good principle to adhere to. I'm not sure if it has a specific name. I suppose it goes under encapsulation. Whether there was a dialogue before this, or whether this is the first one that we are playing, either way, we can be assured that photos is going to be an empty array as this code begins. And we assure that by destroying any photos that may exist previously. So, next we need to... Is this still relevant? No, it's just being set, but nothing happens out of it. Which means, instead of this start dialog function, we can just use create dialog box. At least for now, until I have to change it again. So, what do we want to do? We want to take this handy little piece and we want to take this handy little piece, turn it into a reusable function and call that function. What are we going to call it? Setup dialog, which I don't believe is a name we've used before. No, good. So this is in fact going to live right up here. Function setup dialog. I should pick a specific spelling and stick to it. The problem with that is that the game is set in America, and while I don't exactly stream at American friendly times, fully aware of that, I don't exactly stream at American times. You know, the American game market is still a significant part of it, so it's not a market to fully ignore. So it's both staying in character to use American English in the game, in the player-facing side of the game. It's both staying in character and also, well, making it, I'm not gonna say easier, but it is using the language that they expect and are familiar with. Not that it's a whole different kind of English, let's not get into that kind of worms, but dialects do exist. I am from a country where you can walk for literally 20 minutes and the dialogue is, and the dialect that people speak is going to shift radically. It's all mutually intelligible, but you can tell the difference. You can tell where someone's from. You can tell where they've picked up words if you're very good at the language. And there are, of course, many researchers who do nothing but analyze language. We call them linguists. There's an entire book. So if anyone wants to insist that Switzerland does not have its own language, which by the way is a grave insult, it would be like saying that the United States of America are just an English colony. So if anyone wants to insist on that, just read that book. It is very thick and it catalogs all the words in the Swiss German dialect that are in use, where they came from, probably where they are in use, because it's not like there's a unified map of dialects and if you are from here then you talk like this. That very notion disregards that people travel. So you're not going to interact with purely people who have lived in the same place for 2000 years. No, it's more there are flavors, and if you want to be fully accurate, then, well, you need to make an individual map for every single word. As they have, actually. The Idioticon contains many maps, often for individual words, for where they are used, or rather, where a given word is used to describe a certain thing. I used to think that people called butter, butter, but that could not be farther from the truth. Anyway, that is going into a wide field that I could rant about for ages, but it's not really productive. So, we want to call our setup dialog method at the start as we fade in, and when we have finished a dialog. So this is right here, is it not? Yes. Set up dialog. Do this here, and once the photos are done fading out, that then is, oops, need to remove the brackets because I don't want to call it here. I want to pass it as a reference so that the photo, when it is done hiding, is going to call it. So this dialog is going to essentially basically what we are going to do is we are going to shift out of using participants, or we may want to make the parameter something else. Basically, we are going to take an array of arrays, which lists each pair of participants. How are we going to receive this? By, I don't know, magic. So this wants to be we want to load up the first pair of participants, if such a thing exists, load it into participants and do the same thing with dialog. So for that we are going to load next dialog, call it that, and do precisely that, yeah? Function load, copy that, here it is, load next dialog. For that we are going to need a different kind of parameter. So let's call this all participants and all dialogues. I need to change this where the outro is created. So these are now going to be arrays of arrays. And what we're going to do in load next dialogue, we are going to pull if a next element exists. So that's going to be if array is empty, all participants, then participants is no one and dialogue is no one, and we return out of here. Otherwise, if there is something left to go, then participants is array shift, so that we grab the first element out of all participants, and we do the same thing with all dialogue. So dialogue equals all dialogue, and this has the beautiful effect that it can now take multiple dialogues, but internally it's still working with the one. It's just, it's like a chain loader, right? Like any gun manufactured after like 1600. When was the first pistol invented? Look that up later. So, you know, like any gun that has bullets in shells, you can pew pew, shoot it, and it is going to load the next round into the chamber, at least if it's semi-auto or full auto. But as far as the chamber is concerned, the chamber doesn't know whether the gun has a clip or not. All that it knows is that there's a thing inside of it, and it's gonna hit that thing, and it's going to make the bang go that way. I'm great at explaining things, aren't I? But that really is the basics of it. Internally, we don't need to concern ourselves with how many dialogues we have, just if there is one, then do it. So we still need to, when we advance, after the end of the dialogue, we're going to call setup dialogue, which is, this is slightly icky. This is slightly icky. Also, we do still need to make sure that we need to load the next dialogue, and I think we want to do that either way. Yep, okay, so when we are done with this current dialogue, we load the next one. If there was only one to begin with, then this is going to bring us an empty chamber. So when the next time that the hammer strikes, it's going to find, oh, we're done. Time to prepare the name builders. Right. Okay. Let's give this... there is one more thing that we need to do. In the minigame room handler, I need to make sure never to pass no one into this. So, create fade out. Has to be never no one. It always has to be an array. It may be an empty array, but never no one. So that's the code that I was thinking of. Give us an empty array. That is prettier anyway. So an empty array is simultaneously an array of arrays of strings and of dialogue lines. because every element that this array has, it just happens to be 0, is a dialogue line. So that should be working in every case. So let's see it not work in any. Right. Step 1, go to minigame. Step 2, click through that minigame. I think hop, step, smile, the exclamation point's part of the name, is the fastest minigame for clicking through. Yes, response. Yes. It is the fastest minigame to click through because yes. Because you only need to drag however many moves are necessary to the sheet, whereas in line rehearsal you do need to answer all questions, so you need to click on questions 2, 3 and 4, and for each one you need to pick out a response and drag it into the thing. Now, I've done one very silly mistake, which is that I've renamed my parameter, but I've not renamed it as it is given. Would this be a non-issue if this engine had proper constructors that don't need you to match name? Don't worry about it. So let's go to hop, step, smile, I suppose. So, step left and snap means we can also not use either. 2 step right. And there must be a kiss before a step right. There. Listen, there's not much that the game asks of you, but that's kind of the idea. But I've done that bad, which is I don't explicitly initialize. No, I do. But like in load next dialogue, I initialize participants. So what are we doing here? We are calling should play dialogue. Where is this? On line 13 right here. Is this variable even used? I don't believe it is. It sure is not. So get rid of it. It's not necessary, and the very next function call would have been to load the dialogue. Obviously, we can, if we wanted to, we could have also just moved the functions, but yes. Here I've made a very simple typo. There. That's it. I forgot to put this into plural. Okay. So, final answer. This should work insofar as if the code, like if what I intended to make works, then that'll be great. Then this solution as it is now should work. I need to chase down that sound asset. There we go! Yeah? It initializes, it loads the first and only dialogue here. Words, words, words. Yes. So that's working perfectly. I do want to make sure that I'm gonna make a new constant here. Fade time is gonna be 1.5 because not only do the photos very quickly fade in, they also fade out very quickly. So this is going to be here. We want to put in this new constant. It's a good idea to, if you're going to use a value directly, use a constant. Not only, like, there are so many reasons to do it. In this case, it's because I'm using the value several times. I'm using it not only on fading in, I also want it on fade out. And having to put fade millis divided by 1000 every time is quite a bother. Also, if I want to change it, then I would need to change it in 4 different places. Wow, this might literally be the easiest that this could be. Yeah, there's a few configurations at this difficulty level that that only require 2 moves to actually solve. So, now look carefully with your eyes. As I click here, watch how slowly the photos fade. Well enough, I think. Okay, doke. Beautiful. So, now, just one more thing real fast. When is this alarm set? This is set when we call prepare name builders, for which, so that's going to be when the photos are finished fading out. That's good. I want to do one thing real quick. I need to track down one of the laughters is just way too loud. It's not this one, but it is from this pack, I think. One of them is just way too loud, and I don't like to do audio stuff on stream. You can stand to be a bit quieter. There it is. You can go to a half volume because you've been a naughty sound. There it is. You can also go straight to half. There it is. You're good. You're good. You're good. Remember that the game sound is louder for me than it is for you. So trust me when I say it was too loud and it was grating. Let's give this another try. Because of your abrupt start, you can stand to be a bit quieter overall. So, okay, with that solved. So, what shall we do next? So, right now, that's all good. So, the outro fade out is now capable of taking a multiple dialogue elements. In addition to that, We are going to need to change the dialogue scheduler, which is going to be a whole bunch of work, I imagine. Fortunately, it is very cleanly tied into methods. But, so here, what do we need? What we need is, we go into this from on leave, specifically super on leave. If we are not valid, then just do not pass go. You don't get conversations. This is our entry point. We need to determine our least progressed conversation, and already this is a branch, because if we find one, like if there is any conversation at all to play, we play that. Otherwise, we are going to find a fallback. This is perfectly fine. It's a little bit colorful to double wrap this array, but fundamentally, it's good. Fundamentally, this is fine. So we don't need to concern ourselves with the with this branch. We only need to focus on the branch where this returns not a 1. Which means the least progressed conversations array is not empty. Water break. Delicious. So, for that, unfortunately, I think we need to toss all the logic in here. Well, we can find the valid conversations. So valid in this context means it is, obviously it is within the band. It has not been, it is not completed. And it is between 2 band members. Now, there's an idea here, which is, there is the helper construct, right? Where if you have more idols than you can put in bands, or you just want one to take some time off, you can put them in as the helper, in which case they will participate in both band activities. Well, one or both. If so, they will participate in all training, they will gain experience from all training, but they are not very present in that. There is a conversation to be had here about, do we not want the helper to also be eligible for conversations? And this is especially an argument to be made if you truly do need to make a band that just doesn't have any conversations going on. Because remember that this game features a drastic hype curve. So if when you first make a band, it has basically a shelf life of 5 or 6 weeks. After that, the hype is over and you're going to gain so little popularity that there's not much point in continuing. You can still train like that, but you really want to shuffle up the band. Now, that's all fine and good. That is the central conceit of the game. Believe it or not, this game initially started as partly a commentary on how just every idol is such a manufactured thing. Right? All hype is manufactured, and the idols. Like next week, there's going to be a new brand, new hotness, and people are going to be excited about that. And in that stage of the project, which did not last long, it was just brainstorming whether and how I wanted to make this game. But in that stage of the project, the idols were not characters. They all shared the exact same dialogue. They were going to talk amongst each other with random quips. And the entire point was going to be that they were completely interchangeable, because the actual person behind the idol does not matter. You're playing a character. And then I made them all into proper characters, and you know, here we are. But they are still interchangeable. The point that I'm trying to get at is, it's very possible that you need to make a band which either does not have a does not have any conversations, or all the conversations that are within you've already finished, right? That is more than plausible if you've got like Butterfly, Tiger, and Crimson. Those three, amongst them you have Butterfly and Tiger, and that's probably going to be one of the first conversations that you finish. But that is still a perfectly valid band. You may have to form them like so. So, what is the end result? That I think we want to let the helper participate in conversations, because, you know, they are there. They are participating in a training. They are not a full member of the band, like outwardly. Of course, inside the idol club, like, it doesn't matter, everyone's training together anyway. But to the outside, bands have 3 or 4 members, and the helper is not appearing on stage. So that's why I wanted to make sure that the helper does not appear, like in the concert letter. I didn't want to imply that they also visit at the concerts, at least not as staff. I mean, all the idols, like, they're friends. They're seeing each other's performances. But within the idol club room, they are present, so let's do this. If helper is not no one, then push them into the array. Push into members the helper. There. Easy enough. Super easy. And because I am God's gift onto this green earth, who can barely get his words out in time, this will just work. Because how it does it is, it takes this members array, it iterates through it. Basically, it goes from the top, it picks out the first member and asks, hey, for each other member, is there a conversation between us? And if yes, then coolio. Coolio, store that as a valid conversation. I would like this to be slightly more elaborate than this, so this just checks, does this exist? This just goes into the data structure, checks, is there any conversation whatsoever between these? But it does not currently check, well, whether the conversation is unfinished. So what we are going to do is we are actually going to move this down here. So if conversation exists, and this is a little bit roundabout, we need to grab the dialog progressions like so. Oh, why is this not a function? Function get determine progression for conversation. No. Here's the tip. If you have a function which goes like do thing for a different thing, most of the time you don't want the for another thing part, because the another thing is the argument. You already have this context that it pertains to this conversation. So conversation. We can have two different options here. First off, we're going to say that our conversation is a conversations object, because it is. Then we have two options. Either we retrieve the dialog progressions object from the save data each time, or we expect that it is extracted once and given as a parameter. For this purpose, I am feeling the second option. So dialog progressions, which is no, I changed my mind. Such as it happens. This means that we're going to call this getter a few times, but that's no problem at all. It's not like this is an expensive operation. It's just getting a property out of an object. So with our dialog progressions, we want to return what the dialog progression is for that given conversation. And this is why the conversation remembers what its index is. Because the dialog progressions array is just an array of numbers which stores how progressed each conversation is. Yes, and the reason for all of this is, why is this not part of the conversation itself? The reason for that is that the conversation is translated data, whereas the conversation progress is save data, and the two should not mix. Never, in fact, shall the two mix. It would be possible to construct the dialog progression while maintaining it as translated data. Like when loading the translated data, I would have to then go in and for each one with its index retrieve what the progression is. I could do that, but at the same time we also have to maintain this, because of course the progression changes, yeah, and we have to save it somehow anyway. So instead of having to determine this and write it into the conversations objects and then extract it back into the save data. And also make sure that if we changed language at some point, not that we are going to change language, because this game is going to release in English and that's it, at least until something desperately changes. But if we change language in between, then we are going to reload the translated data and we do not lose our changes to the save data. So yeah, that is why this is stored in one place, and that one place is the save data. And it is only a numbers array instead of a more complex structure, because honestly it only needs to be an array. It's a little more complex to access, but that also reduces the file size. I'm not exactly being very diligent about file size. I'm just putting my save files in text form. But if we have a very quick look, that is, I'm looking in my Explorer, the average hit idle save file, if it is large, is 3 kilobytes. Specifically 2,747 bytes in text. That's not a lot. That is, in fact, that is less than the minimum size that a file is going to take up, because in modern architectures a file must be at least 4 kilobytes large, because the computer literally can't address smaller than that. It doesn't bother, because of course every chunk of save data or every chunk of hard drive space needs an address, and there are only so many numbers. So they divide it into 4 kilobyte sized chunks. So you could say my save games are literally as small as they could be. But what I'm doing here is conversation is not can be progressed. There it is. This is going to tell us return that the first it's going to take a conversation, which is a type conversations, and it's going to tell us that first off it's not no one, because the get conversation between method can return no one if the two idles being queried don't have a conversation between them. And determine progression with this conversation is less than the finished conversation progress. Yes, finished conversation progress is 8, and it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's your 8 stages. Once it finishes, it's going to be set to stage 8, and then we know that it is done. And then we're going to shove that in here. If conversation can be progressed, this one, then push it in there. Otherwise, either it does not exist or it's already finished. Either way, we don't care. So, from here, we have our valid conversations. So we can go back up here, and then basically all that we need to do is change this. We want to fully change away from how we used to select conversations, which, if we remember, is just pick out a random one that has the least progress. Instead, what we want to do is we still kind of want to do this. Involving the helper, and this actually makes this a lot more complicated, because with the helper, with having 5 idols valid for conversations at the same time, that actually all but guarantees that there are multiple possible conversations to play simultaneously. So, what we're going to do is first we are going to think. This may not seem exciting, but in code it is often worth it to just think about what you want to do, because I have a saying, if you can express in English what you want to do, then writing the code is super easy. The problem is that phrasing in English exactly what you want to have happen is not the easiest thing. It's how I respond to anybody, how do we put it? To anybody who likes to insist that coding jobs are very soon going to be replaced by AI. Step 1, have you seen AI? Have you seen the way it codes? I have. It's not coming for my job within the next 30 years. I'm going to be retired even if things progress at the same rate they have been before AI comes to take anyone's job. And even then, well, just like the tractor did not obsolete the farmer. Hey Grog Dev, how's life? I'm just ranting about AI real fast. Don't mind me. Like, if AI does obsolete coders, then yeah, cool. They're still going to need AI herders. No. But it started running one as I went to click. Anyway, yeah, you still need AI herders, just like you need farmers to drive the tractor. At least most tractors you do. There are, I've been told, fully automated farming machines that scare me a little bit. But even then, you know, there's always humans involved. There are fewer humans, but that is generally a good thing. What? Are we upset that you no longer need literally 10 people to make nails? Because that used to be a thing. You had someone who cut the metal swing into pieces, you had someone who sharpened the edge, you had someone, presumably before that, you had someone who hammered out the head, then someone who sharpened the nails, someone who turned the wheel for the nail sharpener, and it was an entire operation. It's all good, Grog. So even if AI makes it easier to create code, they're still going to need to be coders. And what was the point I was even getting at? My usual response to AI will replace all of you. Yeah, have you seen AI? Have you seen how it codes? Not scared. But, oh yeah, right. The point I was going to get to is, another saying that I have is, if you can describe it in English, then you can write it in code. Code is not difficult. And sure, describe it in English and get code is kind of what AI does, only, well, if we could get our customers to clearly describe what they want in every case, that's called writing code. So, even if even if you just put a description into AI and the code comes out, you're still gonna need someone who talks to the AI. And that's not going to be our customers. I promise you that much. Uh, at my job, in fact, there are multiple layers. There's the end customers, the decision makers. Then there's somebody at the customer company who takes what they want and describes it as features. Then we have people, product owners, who talk to this guy and they describe that in a format that we developers can understand. And then it comes to the developers. And that's how it turns into code. So there are multiple layers of people who translate between customer and code. Anyway, so that huge tangent aside, so what do we want to have happen here? I would like for the dialogue that plays at the end of the game when you did it right. I should be able to show this off actually. If I did my job properly, this is just going to work. So, hey Grog, by the way, thanks for stopping by. This is Hit Idol, in which you are a high school teacher and band manager of this beautiful idol club. In total, there are 8 idols that you can recruit. This is a selection of 4 of them, and it's a mouse-controlled, thinky kind of game where everything works through drag and drop. I like to cite Zoombinis as an inspiration because that's also a mouse-only game. It's thinky. I played a lot of it growing up, and let's just go to Songcraft real fast. It's also got this drag and drop kind of control scheme. So you do the various activities that an idol band needs. So you can create songs, which we have here. Beautiful sounding songs. Note, I am not a musician. I don't know how proper music works. I have been taught the basic terms and yeah. And then I made a game out of it. You can draw posters to advertise the band. Unfortunately, because of school politics, you know, we know how the American education system works, so your budget is no. Your budget is no, so what you have is you have crayons and paper. That's how you make your posters. You also have dance practice, and you have line rehearsal, which you can imagine as if you know Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's kind of like that. You are given a question. Each of the idols gives you one possible response, and you need to pick the one that is most idol-like. Well, let's hear what we've made here. Oh, you know, there's a piece in there. But, so yeah, so that's the basic idea. There are 4 minigames. It's all with the philosophy that you will never be rushed. There are no time limits in this game. You always get the opportunity to think through what you've made. And oh, I still need to use a whole note. I have not used, but maybe not there. Ow, that hurt. So you always get the opportunity to think through and change your solution before you submit it. In this case, the requirements are over here, so I need 4 falling progressions. I need to use 5 different tones, which I believe I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I did. So, you know, it's a puzzle game. That's the idea. And when you successfully complete a minigame, you give a valid solution. The idols also have dialogue between them. So there are 8 total idols. Between them, each has 3 authors with whom they talk. That makes for 12 dialogues. And sorry, I'm going through this relatively quickly. Each of those obviously is a full storyline. There are 8 of these dialogues, like this one. And between them, there are 12 different storylines. There is also a main story. But what I'm working on is right now we only have the one dialogue, but I did some math and I figured out that the way the game is set up, if you do the math, you have 12 storylines that have 8 dialogues each, then you are going to need to play a dialogue 96 times to see all of them. Now, it is intended that, well, if you don't do well, if you just, hey Brent, how's life? If you don't do well on your minigames, then you're going to miss out on some dialogue. That's intentional. That's intended, but it is also intended that if you do it diligently and you play through the game, doing each minigame properly, then you are supposed to see most every storyline to its end. Because sure, I could require you to play the game through multiple times, rolling for specific idols and stuff like that to see all the story, but at best, if I did that, then you would go on a wiki and look up the conversations there. So it's generally a good idea if your game does not require the player to play through it multiple times. I think we can agree on that. It's good if it lends itself to it. You know, there's no harm in making more content or making the content replayable, but it shouldn't be required. The first playthrough should be a good time. Man, you guys are putting me in a bit of a bind. I'll go a bit longer. So, my solution for that is, how long have I been working on this? How long have I been using GameMaker? Same response, 2 years. I did previously to this, like I made 2 tiny projects. First I made the obligatory asteroids clone following along with friendly cosmonauts tutorial. I did not actually release that, though I think it is cute enough. Like, you know, it's not much, it's maybe minutes of gameplay, but it is cute enough. I made it. Fuck, I might have to release that. I called it Spaghetti the Phantom Meatballs. It's a Star Wars parody that is themed after pasta, so you are an Italian ship shooting pasta at meatballs and at stinky French ships. That's my brain. It just puts out fun things, doesn't it? After that, I made a little tiny conversation-only game. Basically, it's one dialogue scene. There's a dialogue tree, you get 4 options 3 times, so there are 64 different paths. It's good. I knew that I wanted some kind of dialogue system and speech bubbles in Hit Idle, so before I started on Hit Idle, I already knew I wanted to make, I wanted something with a dialogue system. Looking at this game, guys, you flatter me. It should be said for context, I'm also a professional software engineer, so I know what I'm doing as far as code. I have a lot of practice writing code, making patterns, making the game maintainable. Yeah. I'm a computer science major. I've been in the industry for a solid 5 years now. All that I had to learn was the game maker specific stuff, which required the loss of a few neurons, I'll tell you that. Game maker has very funny interactions sometimes. But so what we want to do here is, in order to give the player the opportunity to see all the dialogues, especially if, sometimes they're going to get a minigame wrong. I'm not going to require you to do a full perfect run to see all the dialogue. And you need to put the correct idols together into a band so that they can have conversations. It's a little bit of a shipping game. I've been told teachers totally do that. Like, they put students together that they thought would make cute pairs, or at least that they think should be friends. So if ever you happened to be in a group project with someone, or you sat next to someone and you became friends with and/or married that person, thank your teacher. There's a very good chance that was intentional on their part. So it's not shipping in so far as, if you put any two idols together, they're not going to increase their love stat. It's not that, but they do need to be together in the same band in order for conversations to happen. So, if you don't know whom to put together, then you may end up with a band that doesn't have conversations in it. So, the point is, I want to make it easier to see all the conversations, for which, if you have 4 persons in a band, or there's even the helper idol, who is basically working in the background, helping out, participating in the training. So you can have up to 5 idols eligible for dialogue. And if there are multiple dialogues between them that do not overlap, then play 2 of them. So for that, I think this is going to be a bit of a pain to make happen, is the thing. Because with 4 it's not too difficult, with 5 it is more difficult. No, I'm having an idea. So we already have, coming in from this code that I've already updated, we get all the valid conversations. So all of the ones that exist and can still be progressed. And these do tell us the participants within them. So what we can do, this is the tab I want to be on. Let's close all but this. How about, so what I want to do is I want to select, well, up to 2, 0, 1 or 2 of these that do not overlap and have the least total progress between them, so that you first see stage 1 before you see stage 2, and if you have multiple conversations in the same band, then it's going to prefer showing you stage 1 of the first dialogue or of both dialogues before it shows you stage 2 of the first dialogue, so that it's all spread out. And the dialogues are somewhat written with that in mind. They are written so that they don't happen in consecutive weeks. Some of them imply that time has passed, or at least they allow for it. Now, this idea that I have is to basically take this list and put it into a big jumbler that we are going to, like, we're going to take the first valid conversation and match it up with every other valid conversation in the list that it does not have overlap with, right? That is going to tell us every possible pair of conversations that we could show. And then for each of those pairs, we can determine the total progress. So, for this, I think we want to make a new data structure for convenience's sake, just so we don't determine progress a billion times. And so that we can also move the codes, determining it to a different place. So, for that, we are going to go to scripts and scripts. You can also make objects in the Java sense or the Pojo sense, plain old Java objects that don't really do much, but they store data. This is in minigames? Wait, no, it's in idles, yeah? Yeah, idles, dialogues. For this, we're just going to make a conversation pair. This is going to be a constructor. And what I would like to do is to have a function here that basically gives us, well, I would say that gives us every valid conversation pair between all the ones that we pass in, but really all that we need here is we need the one that we want to play, yeah? But there could be multiples, right? It could be, for instance, that we have multiple pairs of conversations, none of which have been started yet. So, to start with, a conversation pair is going to, well, it's going to have a pair of conversations, and it's going to have total progress. These are going to be conversations is an array of conversations objects, and this total progress is a number. Yeah, and unfortunately I have named this the conversations plural. Let's just yeah, no, we'll leave it like that. And we want to save all of these into fields. Oh no. Brent is here. Wasn't it you who called me out when I had a method setX? And I never felt so called out because it was absolutely true. It was me making that because I come from Java and getters and setters are how we do stuff there. Oh no, if I write getters and setters again, then you're gonna call me out again. It's fine. Get conversations. It's a function that returns the conversations field. Why do we do this? So that we can distinguish between writing access and reading access. Yeah. Jokes aside, there is absolutely value to it. Exactly. It makes it clear what you can do, it makes it clear what you are doing, so every time that I call this getter, I know the context is I'm getting the value out. And especially for setters, yeah. I mean, exactly, Grog. Did I call you Greg before? Maybe. Either way. In GameMaker, of course, there's no such thing as a read-only variable, but I like to pretend. And also, if you have getters and setters, then you can do stuff under the hood. Like, I have objects that have a function set x. It's, I think, this one? No. Okay, yes. For instance, here. This is way too complicated to get into at this moment, but basically I've abstracted writing text. So you can pre-configure a text builder and also a sprite builder with like font size, position, angle, color, just all the stuff that you need. And then every frame when you want to write that text, instead of having to do all the calculations again, you just call textbuilder.build. And in this case, we set it, but we also remember that we need to recalculate where we are. Because calculating the position is expensive. We don't want to do that if we don't have to. So we track, do we need to recalculate it? Right, but that aside, so. And so this now, function find least progressed conversation pair from valid conversations. So what this is going to do, have I looked into any GM libraries like Scribble or Chatterbox? No. Here's the simple answer there. I just haven't looked into it at all. I prefer to make my own code completely from scratch, at least in this environment. Obviously in Java we do use libraries, though when I'm making personal projects, when I'm doing personal projects, I use extremely few libraries, if any at all. I just write it all myself. And that's not because I hate libraries and all my code must be my own. It's just I've not needed it. Sure, if it's something complex or something that I don't understand, then, or it's like, for instance, right, in Java you have the math library, you have the math package. I do use that, obviously. And I use GameMaker's built-in functions where they are sane, because at the same time there's no point in reinventing the wheel. But I don't go actively looking for libraries for stuff that I can relatively easily make myself. It also helps that making it yourself is actually in many cases easier, because dependency management in Java is a little annoying. It's only worth it for larger projects where the libraries are truly doing stuff. I'm not sure I fully understand Maven myself yet. So, what this is going to do is this is going to take in an array of conversations. It's going to take that in, then For each one, yeah. So, a few things occur to me. Step one is this needs to be a script. I don't love using scripts. Ignore that I've written 126 of them. But because GameMaker has this weird space, right, where scripts are strictly speaking globally scoped, but at the same time they are scoped in the scope of the instance that executes them, which is insane. I'm gonna say it. It's absolutely insane. That you can, in a script, you can, in fact, here, you can just set properties inside a script and that will be transferred to the instance that calls the script. Scripts themselves aren't executed. To be honest, I don't know too much about this, so I'm not gonna open my mouth too wide. But, right? I use this for basically implementing interfaces from Java, where the minigame, the hit minigame room handler calls this function and it writes in these properties because the hit minigame room handler already inherits from a specific room handler, and there's not one common parent type because there are 4 of them for each minigame, and each hit minigame room handler inherits from the room handler for the minigame that the hit minigame references. So there's not a common parent type for them to inherit from, so I use this as an interface to write in the common methods that I want to use. Anyway, that's a distraction. Stay focused. I want to eeny meeny mo. There's no good group to move this to. Yeah. Boo. Ads, yeah. Yeah, ads are gonna be coming, because strictly speaking I'm already over my scheduled stream end time, but we'll keep going a little longer. So this is this function determine progression. This does not use anything out of the room handler. Determine progression. Yeah. Okay, so that means that now out of here we can iterate through the array. We can go for each of these, for each valid conversations. We don't want to increment I, we want to first conversation index, like so. We basically want to do a matching up algorithm, which I am going to assume that we are familiar, but first conversation is the valid conversations indexed at the first conversation index. And for each of these, we want to check every second one that it could match with. So, valid conversations, this is going to start at first conversation index +1. Oopsie, I need to put an array length, not an array reference. Keep doing that. Man, if only the code checking tool that GameMaker has built into it, which complains about absolutely everything, told me, hey, you are trying to compare a number to an array. Are you sure this is right? Man, if only we had a tool like that, eh? It's fine. Feather does its best. For the most part, its best is being disabled, but it does its best. So the second conversation is going to be valid conversations indexed at the second conversation index. Okay. And then all that we need to do is we are going to stick these together into a conversation pair. Bar pair equals a new conversation pair. This is slightly wasteful, but it's fine. Like, if there is a programming language on this green earth that is not really good at creating and discarding objects quickly, then that is simply a flawed language. Actually, I'm going to change the signature because there's no reason why we need to tell it the total progress. Is determine yes, right. Yes. So what we need to do, basically, I don't want to add up the progress for each conversation outside of the conversation pair. Instead, what we're gonna do is we are going to just give it the conversations, and like the progress is inferred from the conversations, right? So we can do progresses is array map from the conversations array into element index is what this function takes, and it is going to return determine progression for the element. There we are. And this is me misusing a function. Didn't I make a function that adds every element within the array together? No. It appears that I did not. Well, maybe I put it in arrays. I did not. Boo. Okay. That's fine. For this we can use array reduce. And, well, okay, maybe there's a little point to people very kindly saying that I look like I have a whole lot more experience than I do. But it's called the Stream API. It is the best thing to ever come out of Java. And I mean that fully, genuinely. The Stream API is the one biggest thing that I never want to work without. And it does basically just this. It is mapping, it is reducing, it is a beautiful thing to manage any kind of collection of elements. So, hang on, I need to look up the documentation here. Yes, the reduce function has to take more elements. Obviously, it needs to take previous, current, and the current index. Uh-huh. Yes. Perfect. So return previous plus current. Also, I would just like to mention, if this was Java, then how would I write it? It would be, Toraka is going to demonstrate that he literally dreams in Stream API. It would be conversations.stream.map with determine progression. And that's a beautiful thing. You can just pass in a function, and Java is clever enough to figure out, oh, this function takes in a conversation and returns a number. So I'm going to call this function, I'm going to give it the conversation, and I'm going to get out the number that I want. And this is going to be reduce with integer : add. That's how this would look in Java. Unfortunately, that's not where we are. And I'm not insane enough yet to try and develop games in Java. Because I do like GameMaker's built in, you know, everything. It's built in graphics, it's built in image editing, it's... GameMaker is a very good engine, let's not get it wrong. Its language is burdened by being developed primarily for people who don't code, but that's okay. So, its language is burdened by being developed primarily for people who don't code and needing a lot of legacy support, but it is a very good engine, which is why I'm using it. So, for this, now we are going to have conversation pairs that track what is their total progress. For this, now we're going to do a little sneaky, which is we're going to have a least progressed conversation pairs. This is going to be an array, and our least progress is going to be the finished conversation progress times 2, which we just know that if there is any conversation pair that's valid, it's going to be less than that. So if there, sorry, let's just really quickly grab our total progress is the total progress of that pair. If this total progress is equal to the least progress that we have tracked, then we put these into the array. There. Else, if the total progress is less than the least progress, bring the bracket up, then we want the least progressed conversation pairs to equal just this pair, because that means that we have found a new pair that has less total progress than every other one we've looked at. And the least progress shall then equal the total progress. This right here, this construct is really handy to find something with the least of something very efficiently, or with the most something. Basically, it keeps you from having to track everything we could do. We could just run through, generate every possible conversation pair, then ignore every one that doesn't have the least progress, but we also have to first run through the list to find what is the least progress, and then we have to run through the list again to pick out only those ones. This very handily combines all three of those steps into one loop. Then we return a random element out of the least progressed conversation pairs. GameMaker does not have any suggestions for me here, but that's okay. Now, that's going to work in the happy case where we have multiple conversations to go. But that's not every case. It is entirely possible that we have no conversation pairs whatsoever found. There are two possible ways for this. Case 1 is that there are no conversations to play, or case 2 is that there are conversations to play, but there's like one, or there are two, but they both overlap. If so, if the least progressed, if array is empty, least progressed conversation pairs, then we want to distinguish if the, well, I suppose. Hey Grogdev, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the club. We can just do this at the start, I suppose. Yeah, I like doing it here. If valid conversations is empty, then we know that there's no point to doing any of this. So we want to return no one. This is a naughty thing I do. I know that that's not how no one is supposed to work. I know that there is a null pointer constant, but I picked up, well, before I knew about the null pointer, I knew about no one, so I just used no one as a stand-in for null. Slowly building up a collection of fellow game maker streamers and good vibes. Yeah, I also tried to rate other game maker streamers, share the experience, and yeah, share the experience, we're gonna call it. So if we have no valid conversations, then we want to return no one. If we have no conversation pairs, that means that we've ran through this loop and we've dropped through because oh, there's one small thing here, but let's pretend that there's not an issue. If we have no conversation pairs, then we want to return a new conversation pair, which is only a random element of valid conversations. This is going to be most of the time that you have precisely one conversation that you can play simultaneously. Okay. Right? Right. And that's why I was so specific about making this able to handle a single element. You know what? I'm going to give this an initial value of 0, because I'm not positive what does array reduce do if it's called on a single element array. If the array has one element and no initial value given, the function returns the first array element. Well, okay then. There we go, I suppose. That makes sense. Being a JavaScript developer, sorry, you're not talking about me, are you? I write in Java, not JavaScript. Those two are different languages. Although I've also done a fair bit of work in JavaScript. That's why I keep using callbacks. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm sure I've not done a ton of, like, I'm still only entering into this community, right? I can feel that there is a community. Um, I, as I'm sure you can empathize, I don't have a ton of time, so I don't watch streams a lot. I used to watch the same streamer for like literally a decade, but eventually I've caught up with them. It was just no longer viable. I was very sad because, hey, that guy had quite literally shaped my life. But so the point is, I'm still only entering in this community, but I want to. And I can very much imagine that streamer in question was Squidish, if maybe you know him. Became famous from streaming Smite, but when Smite became more commercial, he turned to variety because he was always a variety gamer. But the point is, I can imagine that I code very differently from you all. I wanna try and catch some of y'all's streams. I don't think I'm following you, Brent. I'm just the worst. I want to catch some of you to see how you do it. I'm sure it's very different. But that I think is also very beautiful. That I come from a very different angle here, having first practiced in the Java backend industry where code being clean and tested and at the expense of performance if need be, just making the code beautiful, readable, and maintainable is the utmost priority, and making sure that it works exactly as it should with zero glitches. Because if there is a glitch, then people are gonna lose money. At work, we make it's basically a government contract which manages the retirement funds of people, and it's not a small amount of people, it's hundreds of thousands. So yeah, you are not getting a code change in that isn't very thoroughly tested, that we can't be absolutely positive is not broken. And obviously there's a lot of logging. If something did go wrong, then yeah, there are many fallbacks. It would be fine. But still, you need to get the stuff right. Otherwise, there's going to be problems. And I do recognize that I take this approach into my game dev, which is an advantage, but at the same time, y'all, like, there are very many very talented people in game dev that maybe don't have the technical background that I do, but that are just amazing at the art of game making, which is very much art, where I lack experience. So everybody makes it slightly differently. What I want to do, what I want to push and make happen real fast is we need to filter here, because right now this is just putting every conversation pair together. But remember what I said. We want to make sure that we only put conversations together that don't overlap. For that, we are going to need... I'm going to put this on conversation. I'm going to put this here because, well, this is the Java calling. Overlaps other conversation. It only makes sense to me that this is something that the object itself knows whether or not it overlaps. So for each participant, I want to check. For that, I'm going to get the participants out. So var others other participants is other conversations get participants. I also want to type check this. Other conversations is a conversations object. I imagine just that I insist on type checking every argument I get, even though there's a very practical reason that it helps me remember what this is and it helps me detect errors early. I don't imagine a lot of people do it like this. I imagine that's something somewhat unique to me. So, for each participant that we have, which is going to be 2 at all times, but do it in a loop that's cleaner anyway. Participants I, if other participants, do that again, other participants, if array contains this, the participant, if it has that other participant among it, then we return true. Otherwise, if we don't find that any participants are in the other conversations, we return false. Okay. Then what I want to do here is I need to go to here, and I basically need to are we going to do a continue? I don't want to. Basically, if you never use continue in your code, then your code is better. It can be stated as a general rule. But it is really convenient here. So what we could do for what I'm talking about is first conversation overlaps second conversation. Continue. So that's really clean, isn't it? That's really clean. The alternative to not use a continue here is to negate this and put all of this inside the if. What is wrong with continue? Nothing inherently. In the modern way, the way that continue works isn't terrible. The basic idea is that you want to avoid using goto because you want the control flow in your program to be legible. So if I have this if here, then I know if the condition is true, then it's going to execute this code, and after that we're going to be here. And if the condition isn't true, we're going to be here. Well, in this case we are directly inside the loop, so it's probably fine. But let's say somewhere here we have a continue, like right here, and we have some other code here. This is bad. This is dangerous because we have the expectation as we skim over the code, because we're not going to read the code in its entirety and
fully comprehended every time, we have the expectation that after the if, we are going to execute some other code. But we're not going to, because here we have a continue, which means in this case, we're skipping out. Also, let's undo what we did for the demonstration. So it's not that you inherently should never use it, but you should use it with caution. In this case, I think I'm gonna keep it because, you know, like this is perfectly legible. And this is better than the alternative because yeah, I mean, continue is the only thing inside the if. I think this is fine. If you have other codes, then it starts to get dangerous. Basically, yeah. If it's possible to miss the continue, then it should not be there. It should not be important that you catch it. But in this case, like, this is perfectly fine. And that stems from, well, already this is liable to make spaghetti. We could also have a break statement here, in which case the loop just breaks out. So continue and break are, they basically compile to go to statements, which are, instead of following the normal control flow, you go somewhere else. You go to the next loop iteration, you go outside of the loop, or whatever. And that is dangerous, because if you are old enough that you need to take a handful of pills daily, you may remember how code used to be in the 80s and 90s. And in that olden times where there were like very few abstractions in the programming languages, in many cases, go-tos were the only way you had of control flow control. If you misused your go-tos there, the spaghetti got even worse. Here, it's not that bad. You still know this is a continue, that's what it's gonna do. But messing with the control flow is very dangerous, so you should know what you're doing when you do it. Anyway, so that is going to be us, really, because we check, does this overlap that? If yes, yeah, really? Ads again? Brother, it's not even been an hour. Anyway, if this overlaps with that, then continue, otherwise we don't have an overlap. Now I just need to think real fast. Let's say, if this is true for every single conversation pair, then this array is still empty. This is valid. That means we are going to go into here and we're going to grab a random valid conversation. That's good. That's why I initialize it up here anyway, because you could argue that because we start with a least progress that is greater than anything we can actually produce, yes, right. We know for a fact that every conversation in here has progress less than finished conversation progress, so that's fine. This is greater than anything we could find. You could then make the argument that you don't need this default, because the first iteration that goes here is always going to find that the total progress is less than the least progress, since the least progress at the start is greater than anything that could be total progress. But because it's entirely possible that we never execute this code because of this, because we only do so when we don't overlap, it is possible to go through this loop and never reach this point. So, the point is, that is our function. Do we want to try sticking it in there? Let's, yeah. Basically, all of this code can go. Literally all of this. All of this code can go. But you know what? I'm going to be responsible here. And I'm going to say, thank you guys so much for watching. I need to hop off. I needed to hop off an hour ago. My bladder is exploding and there is a turtle that I'm supposed to take care of. Now, it'll be fine. Turtles are not exactly high maintenance. But yeah, scheduled stream end time was an hour ago, but I wanted to go over a bit because, hey, while people are here, put on a show. So, usual spiel, I'll be live again tomorrow, finishing this from 5 hours ago to now, 9 AM Central European Time till 1 PM Central European Time. Localized times, all the links are around. I will say I am very close to the demo release. I want to catch my artist because there are a few images that I genuinely do not even want to have in the demo. So I've given him those. Everything else I'm comfortable at least having in the demo and then fixing them for the full release, or also not. There's only a few that I'm comfortable with. But other than that, so what's the point of that? It's probably not going to be tomorrow, but I'm gonna say next week, in 2 weeks at the absolute latest, we're gonna have a demo. Woo Bacchus! So accordingly, I will be putting up an itch page. If you want this, if you want to know about this as soon as possible, you better join my Discord. Or otherwise, like, I will be talking about it on stream. So I'll be doing my absolute best to make that happen. As for right now, thank you all so much for hanging out, watching, chatting, doing all that it is that you do. We will be heading over to another little game maker developer that I have found in the directory. You know, pass on the love. I do think it's almost our responsibility to, you know, share with each other, help each other grow. And I am interested in seeing what they are making. Yeah, it's not immediately visible, but they appear to be working in Game Maker, so let's see their suffering. And with that, I'll be off. Thank you all for hanging out. See you again tomorrow, next week, whenever is cool for you. See you then.